Hello and welcome to the Delirium Engine, a radio show where we slowly and inarticulately talk about random esoterra while playing video games. And you, the viewer, will fall asleep. So tuck in and get ready to go off to dreamland. Oh, yes. We're playing Ironman Skyrim. We only get one life, and then we gotta start again. This could take a while. I'm on attempt number 4. With Agent of the Stygian Sea, Albiah Scoom.
If the Circle vouches for you, I'm sworn to respect their judgment. But that doesn't mean I like it.
That girl has such a chip on her shoulders. Man, people like that, they need to cool down. Cool off.
One day when you and I are on the Circle, we could change how things are run around here.
I don't think that's how the Circle works.
They're lording it over us all the time, though.
Young warriors are smart to listen to older ones. They've lived.
It's so funny. Why is there like this weird politics going on in Jorvenskar? Bloody demons everywhere. Time is it in game? 9:13 p.m. What am I doing in game right now? I'm just doing the rounds, eh? Did I spend all my money? I did.
What then?
Skewer says that I have...
Heavy armor skills. I had a great conversation today. Talked with a guy whom I will not name. And yeah, we started talking about just random nonsense, and we went from topic to topic all over the place. One of those conversations where, you know, two guys dig through and discover the way the world works, right? And it was a really entertaining conversation. But the part that I think was, to me, the most interesting, that I liked, like, it was very positive, was the... I started describing sort of like my religious beliefs, and... but like not saying like this is my religion, right? I just sort of said, you know, oh, I characterize this as this. But what I told them is I characterize demons and angels, right, as, you know, angels being the fundamental constants of the universe that are unchanging and have no free will, and demons are the byproduct of human interactions, or of the interactions of thinking creatures. But we'll say human interactions for ease of... But it was good. He gave a very... He's like, oh, I really like that. I'm like, oh. You know, it's nice to see her here get like a little bit of validation, I guess. From... This girl's right here. Let's see how sneaky I can get. I have never known this girl to be like right here. That's crazy. Why is she just sitting in this room? Being a big creeper. Why is this door locked? Do I have this line? The door randomly opens and she's just like, what? Why is the door open? She changes seats. What is happening? Am I gonna have to pop an invisibility potion for this? I am.
Can't a woman get a moment to herself? Leave me. I'm not going to warn you again. Get out, or I'll call the guards. You should have listened. Guards! Help! Trespasser! That's close enough.
Everybody just randomly is
You have
detecting me.
committed crimes against Skyrim and her people. What say you in your defense?
Where? What is happening? I'd rather die than go to prison. You caught me. I'll pay off the bounty. 5 gold. Done.
Smart woman.
Do I get the proof still? Okay.
Cause trouble in Whiterun and I'll haul you into the Dragon's Reach dungeon myself.
Yeah, okay.
Fancy yourself an alchemist, hmm? Never could get the head.
That was so messed up. Where did the guard even come from? I was invisible. They're like, I'm calling the guard. So wild. But anyway, yeah. So I had this interaction with this guy, and you know, it was very positive, and it's kind of nice to sort of, you know, I know I've talked with other people who are like my friends and stuff, but this guy is, you know, he's more like an acquaintance, and it's nice to have just like a random sort of stranger almost be like, hey, that's a really good, you know, theological philosophy, I guess it would be.
Fear not. Come dragon or giant will.
So basically, fly theory is pretty cool. That's all I got to say about that. I guess I might as well explain what fly theory is, considering we're sitting here playing Skyrim. So fly theory is my crafted religion, I guess. It very simply uses it sort of sets as its centerpiece Beelzebub, the Lord of the Flies, aka also the Lord of Lies, and using that entity as a centerpiece sort of constructs a theological narrative around it. And the theory is, of course, that basically that the that's it. There's quite a bit to it, but the root of it is basically like all the words in the book religions and probably in fact in every religion, is true, but there's also lies in it, and those lies were written by Beelzebub, right? And so, you know, the fly theory is that basically all the works of man, you know, have grains of truth in them, and you just have to sort of find the truth and dig through the shit and sort of avoid the buzzing flies around those ideologies and all the lies that are being sort of constructed around the grains of truth. But anyway, the theory itself kind of rests on a few sort of fundamentals. It says that it creates like a sort of foundation for truth that allows you to interpret and internalize, I guess, interpret theological dogma and classify different types of theological entities into different categories using its definitions, and then it has axioms as well. So it uses its axioms to and definitions to sort of set the foundation, set a solid foundation of truth, so that you can navigate the lies that are erected by people constantly. You know, lie magic, we call it. So the axioms, very simply, are: God is real. Truth is not subjective; it is absolute. And now I'm blanking on the third axiom. God is real. Truth is not subjective. I don't remember the third axiom. I'll have to get back to you on that. I have it written down. I was writing an introductory essay to it, and that sounds really sketchy because, like, this is religion, right? But, you know, fly theory in my conception and head, you know, is different than fly theory as I have to write it down, right? You can have a sort of ephemeral idea in your head and it makes a lot of sense, but then as soon as you have to try to write it down and get this all set up, you know, it becomes more difficult, I would say, right? Well, anyway, there's three axioms. I can't remember what the third one is. It's pretty good though. They're basically just foundations for truth. You know, things that, you know, fly theory says unequivocally. It might even be something like, you know, Beelzebub is, you know, the Lord of Lies or something. But I don't think it has anything to do with Beelzebub. I think I'm pretty sure the axioms, they sort of supersede the character, the theocracy, like the theocratic entities that are created. Because Beelzebub's not really important to it, but he's the centerpiece. You know, it's kind of the opposite of devil worship, because it's like you're revering an entity, but you're not like, you don't like it. Like, who likes the guy who lies all the time? Nobody, because you can't figure out what's going on. But you have to understand that this is probably the most dominant force in society. Is misinformation and lies and all that other stuff, and it not only is it prevalent everywhere, but it alters reality for people who internalize it, almost like magic. But anyway, so it has the axioms, and then there's the definitions, which I think are slightly more important. And so, like, the definitions are sort of the divine hierarchy. So the gods, what is God? What are angels? What are demons? What are deities? What are daemons? Things like that. So God is the here you are. This is the best podcast in the world, right? It's just telling you what the nature of God is. God is the fundamental energy at the center of all action. So the long and short of it is God is pretty much exactly as he's described in the Bible, except the only thing that's not true that the Bible and things like that say are whenever he's talking about God doing things, because God doesn't do. God does nothing. Because for a couple reasons. One, because if he did act, that means he would not be the. If he could act, then he wouldn't be the source of action, right? He's sort of beyond acting, and or if he's not beyond acting, then he is like he's the driving force behind all action, and action has to be created by a energy source, and so he's the source energy at the center of all action, right? So, for example, if I push, well, I'm playing a video game right now, so how is Albiah swinging her sword? Well, she's swinging her sword because digital inputs are accepting my button press. Right? And why is the button being pressed? Because my finger's pressing it. Well, how is my finger pressing it? Because the muscles are moving. What's moving the muscles? What energy is making the blood flow, and on and on and on and on and on, right? So, if you follow that chain all the way to its very foundational source, that's where you find God. Like, we, sort of as humans, don't really, like, it's almost impossible to conceptualize it, but whatever. So anyway, going on with the definition of God, like, he's the foundational source, and there are sort of certain aspects of God that we do know about. For example, that he is the source of all energy, meaning that he's probably energy itself or whatever, right? And that God is also all loving. And when we say all loving, he's like omnipotent. He's all the omnis. But he's omnipotent in that he's the source of all power, meaning that he is all powerful. Like there's literally nothing that he doesn't power. He is all loving in that he loves everything equally, which means that he likes. God loves, children being born and happiness and excess and joy as much as he loves rape and strife and death. So the sort of, that like cringy atheist position where people say, it's like, well, why does God allow bad things to happen and things like that? Or God is the most evil entity on the planet because he allows wars to occur. It's like, God loves wars. God loves everything, right? He's pure love. So everything that people do, everything that happens in the universe, God loves that. Right? He loves the meteor striking the earth and, everyone dying in a painful fire as much as he loves kittens and puppies. So yeah, that's God in a nutshell. And so with that said, angels are the next sort of definition in fly theory that are important. And they are the... really generally, angels are representations, like they're anthropomorphizations or namings of the fundamental constants of the universe. So we get this idea of angels because they don't have free will, and demons have no power over them. They're beyond, they exist only in heaven or whatever that means. But basically they don't have free will, which means they can't actually make decisions, which leaves them in the realms of just being, mechanical rules, which makes sense. So if God is the energy source of the universe, the angels are the, they're all the levers and gears that act, that we don't see, in the sort of mechanics of the universe. So like gravity, not necessarily the static fundamental constant, but like the function, how gravity works at all, right? Like, that's an angel. Most of physics, science, any hard science, like a STEM kind of science, that is measurable is angelic. So, like, you know, physics is an angelic science, math is an angelic science, right? These are all things that are the studies of the sort of rules that govern the universe, and how we do these things. So the next definition is demons, which Beelzebub is the lord of demons, like the highest demon, at least according to fly theory. And demons are byproducts of thinking, of thought and social interaction, including interaction with yourself. So that's why it's thought, but byproducts of social interaction. So Beelzebub is a anthropomorphization of of lying, right? Or he's a conception of lying, and that is, and so, like, lies can't exist. They don't exist in nature. They exist only in social settings, right? You can't a tree. Well, how do I put it? A rock or gravity doesn't lie, right? You know, angels can't lie to you. They don't know. They don't know how. They wouldn't be able to, because they just do what they do, right? They are constant. Whereas humans can lie. Trees, if trees can think, they can lie, and probably do, right? Like camouflage and stuff like that is trying to trick things. Those are all interactions, and that's all lies. So, but demons are produced through those lies generally. In many cases, they're produced through those lies, or they usually stem from some sort of personal lie. But they can represent a wide array of things, like lust, or, you know, wanting, or greed, or, you know, wrath, like all these things, right? And they're just the emotions that run around in our head. They're all demons. And so with that, the extension daemon, daemons are generally considered sort of like good guy demons. So these would be things that we all think are good. You know, they are byproducts of social interactions, because they are demons, but they are good demons. So things like virtue, like, you know, love, happiness, you know, caring, you know, temperance, you know, anything that we would consider the virtues. Those are all demons, or daemons. But a daemon is just a demon, and the difference between a demon and a daemon is literally arbitrary, right? Like, take love, for instance. You know, there's, you know, love is usually considered a daemon, right up until it's like a real, like, toxic love, you know, like some sort of stalker or something. So, you know, is love a demon or a daemon? Well, it's really subjective, and that's fine, because all demonic shit is subjective. I'm not finding a lot of frickin' butterflies and stuff around here. It's unfortunate. And then sort of the last definition is deity, which is separate from God. So, and deities are sort of representations of natural things, or even, they're pretty much anthropomorphic representations of anything, or even, like, they don't even have to be anthropomorphic, but they're representations, they're imagined representations of stuff. So, like Zeus and things like that, you know, whether or not they exist, well, they do exist. It's a fact. You know, Zeus is real. The fact that we're even talking about him means he's real, in the same way that Santa Claus is real, right? So, you know, and actually, funny enough, Santa Claus would technically be considered a deity. Same with the Easter Bunny and the Tooth Fairy and all these other characters, right? You know, just as much as Zeus and all that would be considered a deity, because they are deities, right? They're usually revered or worshipped for a specific reason. You know, they represent some sort of aspect of humanity or nature. You know,
where do you want to go?
They,
Climb and back, and we'll be off.
you know,
First time.
I say you know a lot, but that's a deity. I think I've explained what deities are enough. It's difficult because I'm not getting any feedback, right? I'm literally talking to a microphone. Oh my god, Rococo's are the best. For those of you who haven't been watching, Rococo's are orange juice and hot coffee. It is amazing. Probably one of the best drinks I've had in a long time. They are delicious. Oh yeah, we haven't been here yet, so we get to watch that execution again. And by get to watch, I mean ignore. Because we're just going to do our business. Actually, no, I think we have to watch it because the store owners are there.
If you've come to Solitude to join the Legion, speak to Rika. If not, just keep
Yeah,
your
that's
nose
probably not
clean while you're
happening.
here.
We're not joining the Legion,
You'll end up
thanks.
like Rogue.
Butterflies. No, there we go. I don't really care about non-blue butterflies. I think I see another blue one. But anyway, with those definitions and the 3 axioms, 2 of which I've outlined, and the third one I can't remember right now. But the 2 really important ones are God is real and truth is not subjective. I can't remember what the third one is. That's really annoying me, and it really kicks the credibility of a theology in the butt if it's like, if its creator can't even remember the damn axioms. But what can I say? It's just a baby religion, right? It's only got a few people who are interested in it. More than 1, less than 20. I think people are very drawn to the idea, like a lot of religions produce answers, and fly theory is no different. It tries its best to produce an answer for you, but its answer is a tool set that allows you to decrypt, theology and atheism and bridge that gap, right? It fills the gap that...
I can't hurt Uncle Rogvir. Tell them he didn't do it.
Positions.
Sorry, you need to go home.
It tries to
Go
fill the
home and
gap
stay there until
that
your mother comes.
that is left
Traitor!
between the
You
rift
betrayed us!
between sort of, quote, theism and atheism.
You should tell her that
Because
her
atheism
uncle is
sucks.
scum
It's
that betrayed
bullshit.
his
It's
high
not
king.
true.
Bet she
And
know
theism
now,
is
They're all hard.
often filled with, like, I would probably say that theism, like any religion, probably including fly theory, like if it were ever to take off, is...
There was no murder. All for challenge story.
They probably start off pretty good, but like over time they just sort of get corrupted. Just, Beelzebub has his way, and people inject stuff into whatever's being said. Holy fuck, what a cacophony of bullshit. I'm gonna go pick herbs while this is going on. But yeah, like, atheism sucks. I've always had a problem with the atheists, like the Hitchens, Dawkins, the frickin' neckbeard, big critical thinkers that don't actually think that much. Right? The answers that they provide are extremely unsatisfying, and they don't make any sense. If religion is so stupid and cringy and dumb, like, why did we have it in the first place? Like, and because people are stupid. Well, it's okay, and you're smart? Fuck off. You're not smart. You're a fucking idiot. You're not a big thinker. It doesn't take a lot of courage to say that invisible people that don't provide you anything and don't give you anything aren't real. Magical wish genies that answer prayers and shit like that. Yeah, it doesn't take a lot of fucking brain power to come up with the idea that might not be true. Yeah, and no one can prove it to you that it does. It's like, the answer is always you have to take it on faith. Well, of course you do, because it's probably not true. It's like, if it is true, if it ever was true, it wasn't God that did that. And so that's why fly theory answers that, because it tries to, like, it says, hey guys, a lot of things are bullshit in this world, but there are some things that aren't bullshit, and those things are, that that these entities that people are calling God, though some people might not understand what the nature of God is. Like, God is real, right? Like, there had to be a source of things, like a a source of energy, or a source of all life and energy and motion in the universe. Like, this all comes from somewhere, you know. Well, what name do you give it other than God? Like, it's just so, I don't know, like, I think it was the last podcast that I talked about intellectual junk food, and so this is, like, fly theory. I'm just gonna remind everybody that fly theory is I consider it intellectual junk food. This isn't big critical thinking. This doesn't take big brains to figure out. This is literally just people saying, that makes sense, and then, like, creating definitions whole cloth and, like, adding them. So fly theory is not like big brain shit, but what it does do is it, you know, it takes intellectual junk food ideas like, you know, angels, demons, and God and things like that, and puts them together in a way that is, I think, very relevant to what I would call modern thinking. And just because I'm sort of half playing and half talking about religion right now, at least my religion, you know, these are all very raw thoughts, right? Like, you know, don't if I become extremely popular and people are, like, sifting through this crap for some reason, which is, like, you know, what are the odds? 0. But if for some strange reason this actually does happen, you know, don't quote me on the things that I'm saying here. I would quote me on anything that I've actually written and put in a published document, like a blog or something, because raw thoughts are just that, raw, right? Things that are written down on paper are more like, you know, I put more thought into them, you know, in terms of exactly how to express that. You know, I've put quite a bit of thought into fly theory itself. You know, as much as one can put thoughts into, you know, sort of musings, imaginings. Well, I think that execution's finally over. Let's go brew some potions. Boop.
Pardon me.
So yeah, so when I talk about fly theory, that's going to be what I'm talking about. Is
Good look around. I'm sure you'll find what you're looking
is
for.
Beelzebub worship.
You're a traveler, correct? Have you been to Whiterun?
Yes.
Wonderful. I haven't
And when I
heard
say
from
worship,
her
like,
lately.
Beelzebub's
I've
sort of
tried
just
talking
branding.
to Captain Aldous, but he hasn't been any help.
The religion reveres Beelzebub as a entity to be feared and avoided. You can embrace Beelzebub. Basically, what it means is you can basically accept lying as a legitimate form, but that's the whole point of Beelzebub, is he leads you to ruin. So lying, you know, in any story that involves Beelzebub, is he basically tempts people
Oh, that's very sweet.
into using his powers for their gain, and then he destroys them when they get powerful as a result of it. You know, Beelzebub says in the Book of Solomon, which isn't canon, but it's actually a really good book, and we use it.
So
that's like the centerpiece
in my potions and ingredients?
sort of the theology, is that, you know, his line is, "I destroy kings." So what's Beelzebub do? He gives you power. He puts his children into positions of authority in your court. You know, basically
Don't forget me.
your power is gained through lies and deception, and then eventually those lies and deception will destroy you. It doesn't matter how strong you are. It doesn't matter how good you think you are at whatever you do, right? Eventually the Lord of Lies will catch up to you. Do we run out of butterflies? We did. Luckily we can use hanging moss as well. vampire dust? We do not. No. It's not important.
It's good to see. So you're interested in my potions and ingredients?
So if anybody has anything they want to interject about my rambles about fly theory, you go right ahead. Let me know in the comments section. That'd be a very good place to start. If you have any questions, let me know. Comment section once again, I read them all because we don't get a lot of them. For a listener, if he's interested. We'll buy those ice wraith teeth too. Why not? We're not gonna buy the expensive stuff. Let's take a look. So we want ice wraith teeth. And do we have lunar moth things? We do. Oh, ice wraiths are already. We already have invisibility on them. Well, that's alright. We'll do that, and then we'll just add something that we don't know. Let's try this one. Looks like nothing. Nern root, lunar moth. Let's go Elder. And Canis root, why not? Lunar moth. So let's just randomly throw things around and see what we get. Throw the stragglers out, you know. Lunar moth. Oh! Regenerate health. Damage magicka, eh? Giant's toe? There you go. Oh, garlic has resist poison. Cool. And let's try skeever tail. Hey. Fortify light armor. Neat. Fortify magicka. Looks like trash. Resist magic. Pretty sure juniper berries are healing, like regeneration. So let's go with that, and do we have snowberries? We do. Generate health, okay. Let's try lavender. Sometimes you just gotta go through them all. Yeah, that's good for now.
It's good to see. So you're interested in my potions and ingredients?
Wow, your ingredients for sure.
Don't forget me. Time you need herbs and potions.
As High Priest of the Eight Divines, welcome.
Viren said you got here just... Some might call this junk. Me? I call them treasures.
Potions.
Come back to bits and pieces anytime.
How much money we got? 478. Holy man. Not a lot. That's okay. We got some soul stones.
I'm a little busy at the moment. I've got all sorts of errands to run.
Amazing.
Let me guess. Someone's...
Yeah, someone stole my sweet roll. Fact. Man, I didn't think I'd be talking about fly theory. this cast. It's funny how when you're just talking to nothing, you just sort of start venting about random nonsense, right? I guess I wanted to talk about that.
I'm telling you, Ulfric's planning an attack on Whiterun.
He'd be insane to try. He doesn't have the men.
That's not what my scouts reports. Every day more join his cause. Riften, Dawnstar, and Winterhold support him.
It's not a cause. It's a rebellion.
Call it whatever you like, General. The man's going to try to take Whiterun.
You're bold.
Balgruf refuses the Legion's right to garrison troops. On the other hand, he also refuses acknowledge Ulfric's claim.
Well, if he wants to stand outside the protection of the Empire, fine. Let Ulfric.
We get alchemy. How's our heavy armor doing? We need 30. Oh yeah, I have a mod that doesn't makes it so you don't need to wear a helmet to get those. 25 armor bonus if you're wearing all heavy. We get that at 30, so 2 more. And then Fists of Steel. But really what we're gunning for here is conditioning. Everything else kind of doesn't matter. Well, we want this too. Juggernaut. That way maybe we won't die instantly.
General.
You people and your damn Jarls.
Sir?
Now I remember. You're the new member of the So you what? Fetch the mead?
As High Priest of the Eight Divines, I bid you welcome.
I'm not interested, Jari. It doesn't matter how many times you ask.
Biren said some might call this junk. Me, I call them treasures. Come back to bits and pieces anytime.
You can afford a septim or two.
Oh my god, Rokokos are so good. You don't even know. If you've never tried one, you don't know. I can believe it might not be everyone's taste, but oh man, is it to mine. It's like coffee is one of those drinks you have to sip, right? And orange juice is... It just makes it so you don't have to sip it. Lately I've been using 1/3 orange juice. 1 part orange juice to 2 parts coffee. And that's been working out pretty darn good. Very good. Herb picking. Picking herbs.
You talk to Ed Brothers. Deja has no words for you. You have no knowledge of who you speak to. Go away.
Okay, Deja.
They say Ulfric Stormcloak murdered the High King with his voice. Shouted him apart.
I didn't know Deja was actually just standing there. It's kind of wild. Think about it. They sort of set her up and then they move her position. Alright. Let's hope we don't get randomly killed by trolls or something. That'd be sad. Though I'm going for this sort of defensive route this time, like going heavy armor first, I think offense is better than defense by a lot. But I didn't get that Luna Mothling, did I? I ran away. It's seeing me. Curious. It's probably a mud crab or something. It must be a mud crab. I think that's pickpocket. Oh, I'll get that later. No one's seeing us. Yeah, it's definitely mud crabs. Oh, it's gonna fly away. I think you guys are too high up. Yep. Ah, took too long on the one. Okay, so where's the butterfly? I guess the Luna moth. So I listened to this YouTube channel called Blood Music. All one word. It's got a lot of very good full albums on it. A lot of it's like retro wave and things like that. But it also has a lot of, I would say, heavier stuff. I think if you like Perturbator, those guys, a lot of the music is like that. Check it out. That's my sweet endorsement for what it's worth. Man, fungal pods. Paralysis. Surprised I haven't found any enemies yet. Thought I heard a weird sound. Oh, this is the abandoned shack or whatever. The Dark Brotherhood. Which we will be joining, provided I can. I don't want to join the Dark Brotherhood until I get my branding up and running. AKA, we don't join the Dark Brotherhood until we get through Shimmer Mist Cave. Because I want my Fulmer mask. Best item in the game. I should probably get food too. Don't have any of that. Just have apple pie. And salmon steaks. Uh-oh. We're getting hungry. I like the deer sauce. Yeah. Where are we on the map? Oh, we're not that far away. Kind of figured I knew where we were, but... Man, the swamp is weird. Every time I try to go north, I end up going south. Oh, we got all three. I'm not very good at that usually. Oh yeah, that guy caught wind of me pretty quick. I kind of like drawing. I should start drawing little sketches for each of these, for the thumbnails. I really enjoy doing the thumbnails for these videos. They're too fun. The one I did of the giant was just so good. At least in my opinion. It made me laugh, and that's all that matters. Oh, 2 or 3. Just trolling mud crabs. God damn it, there's no way up that I can see. Oh, wait, here we go. Here we go. Sweet, sweet food. Delicious cheese.
There's nothing for you in the warehouse, so why don't you take a walk? This is the East Empire Company's central warehouse. All of their shipments go through here. Unfortunately, thanks to some problems they've been having, it hasn't seen much use lately. Either way, it's off limits to you. How should I know? I don't work for them. If you want to help, I suppose you could head to Windhelm and talk to Orthus and Dario. He's in charge over there. Till next time.
Well then. How do I get up out of here? Ah. Do you have any business in this town? Not really, eh?
I can take you to any of the... Where do you want to go? Climb and back, and we'll be off. Get up there.
Look at that.
No lollygagging.
Horses. All day long. Do you have any idea how dull horses are?
Pretty dull.
I was one of the best soldiers in the Stormcloak army until I took a sword to the chest.
Hold it there. Another served me a drink just a few nights ago, but I can't say I knew her. Susanna's the third. It's always the same. Young girl, killed at night, body torn up. We are stretched thin as it is with the war. If you want to help, I'm going to examine the body before the rats can get to it.
Always sad.
Just take her valuables, thank you.
Someone has to die. Sorry, I thought I saw a fellow running away, but didn't get a good look at him. A most pleasant chat. Until the next.
Another one. Terrible. Oh, thank you. Divines bless your... I heard a scream and came running, but she was already... like this when I got here.
Always, and someone has to die.
You should unload some of that unwanted gear. Head over to Sadri's used wares. Talk to the elf.
This... no, sorry. I'm going to keep preparing the body, if you'll excuse me.
Hail, companion.
My job's simple enough.
My heart goes out just like always. Nobody saw any... Look, Fred. You'll need to talk to York. If he's willing, then we'll talk.
I own Hollyfrost Farm outside the city. It's honest work, if a bit dull.
Won't give us a
I'd be a lot warmer and a lot happier with a belly full of mead.
He'll come around. Don't be so sure of that. We've intercepted couriers from Solitude. The Empire's putting a great deal of pressure on Whiterun.
The Stormcloaks are finding victory across the land.
If he's not with us,
I'm not
he's
much of a
against us.
strategist, but Lord Ulfric listens to my counsel all the same.
How long?
These are difficult times indeed, when men stalk their brethren like beasts. My men are stretched. I'm happy to lend a hand as much as I can as well.
Through his gullet.
If you have any news of the Western Halls, take it to Ulfric immediately.
So we're ready to start.
Grew up here. Lot of history in these walls. But try for Ulf. He seems to. I don't really have a mind for war, and I think he likes having an untrained opinion from time to
was
time.
merely a message to the other Jarls.
Terrible shame what happened to those women.
Will need the support of our armies.
We're ready when you are.
Things hinge on Whiterun. If we can take the city without bloodshed, all the better. But if not...
The people are behind you.
Many, I fear, still need convincing.
Then let them die with their false kings.
We soldiers a long time. We know the price of freedom. But people are still weighing things in their hearts.
What's left of Skyrim to wager?
They have families to think of.
How many of their sons and daughters follow your banner? We are their families.
Well put, friend. Tell me, Godmar, why do you fight for me?
I'd follow you into the depths of oblivion. You know that.
Yes, but why do you fight? If not for me, what then?
I'll die before elves dictate the fates of men. Are we not one in this?
I fight for the men I've held in my arms, dying on foreign soil. I fight for their wives and children whose names
Can't
I've
talk to
heard
them until they
whispered in
finish
their
blowing
last breath.
hard.
I fight for we few who did come home, only to find our country full of strangers wearing familiar faces.
I do the cooking and cleaning around the palace.
Impoverished to pay the debts of an empire too weak to rule them, yet brands them criminals for wanting to rule themselves. I fight so that all the fighting I've already done hasn't been for nothing. I fight because I must.
Your words give voice to what we all feel, Ulfric. And that's why you will be High King. But the day words are enough will be the day when soldiers like us are no longer needed.
I would gladly retire from the world, were such a day to dawn.
Aye, but in the meantime, we have a war to plan. I'm not sure you belong here, friend.
Only the foolish or the courageous approach a Jarl without summons. Do I know you? Is that so? Yes. You were with us at Helgen. Destined for the chopping block, if I'm not mistaken. Raylof's alive. I hope that's true. He's a damn good man, but he hasn't returned yet. So I'll need to wait for his account. For now, speak with Galmar. I'm always looking for able fighters. Not everyone can say they made it out of Helgen. Seems we're all branded villains these days. So long as your criminal past stays in the past, and you fight for me with honor and integrity, we'll welcome you into our ranks.
Aye, but in the meantime, we have a war to plan. Helgen, huh? Ulfric told us quite the story. If you made it through all that, you're likely worth something to me. But first, tell me, why does an elf want to fight for Skyrim? Fair enough. But are you willing to die for your home? All right. But before I can put you to use, I need to know how much you can take. That's what I like. So long as you... I'm sending you to Serpentstone Island. It's where men have... There's a strange... You kill an ice wraith out there, and I'll have all the proof I need about you. We'll see about... Here, take... Try not to die.
Get off the table. Cat's on the table. Get down. Take your time. There you go.
Imperials think we need this.
You one of those Skyrim for the Nords types? And you're right, at least as far as I'm concerned. Don't let Ulfric or some of these other short-sighted Nords bother you. Most of us are happy to welcome newcomers. Whenever a group of marauders attack a Nord village, Ulfric is the first to sound the horn and send the men. But a group of Dark Elf refugees gets ambushed, a group of Argonians or a Khajiit caravan, no troops, no investigation, nothing. There's a group of cutthroats out there right now that Ulfric doesn't lift a finger to bring to justice, as long as they don't threaten Nord land. That's a brave offer. You deal with them. I'll make sure you get paid. Maybe this old soldier will throw in some lessons as well. I killed a lot of high elves in the Great War, and I didn't die. I guess that makes me a war hero. The Great War. There was nothing great about it. Thousands died on both sides. And where did it get us? Did we really save the Empire? Or did we just plant the seeds for Ulfric's uprising? And another war. Show those marauders what Windhelm justice tastes like.
Sounds like a good idea. Where's this cave? Weird.
If it's better board you're after. All right then. I noticed a trail of blood. Helgud's taken the body into the Hall of the Dead to prepare for burial. She's a little crazy, but if she knows anything,
safe, I hope.
It's dead bodies.
Large diagonal cut from, well, I mean, sorry. Was only joking with you. Not really. The only unusual thing is they look like they were... I don't know who in Windhelm would even have something like that. Other than me, of course. I wouldn't. Now, I really got to get back to the body. A lot of work to prepare her for the grave.
I think I got turned around. Crud. And follow the trail of blood. Oh, where does it take us?
Trouble?
Master lock. See if we can pull it off. Oh. Damn. Oh. We got some give around that point, so let's go to... Oh wow. Easy master lockpick. I wonder if we can save the third girl. Can try.
Maybe you should just move along. Take a look. Sure thing. It's yours for a day. I'll show you to your room.
Drink to
right
our
this way.
youth, to the
Let me know
days
if there's
come
anything
and
else you
gone.
need.
For the age of oppression is now nearly done. We'll drive out the empire from this land that we own. With our blood and our steel, we will take back our home. All hail to Ulfric! You all...
It's so good to see you again. Spare a coin for a poor old woman.
Effort is Yorland Greymane is the best smith in Skyrim. I plan to change it. May the gods watch over your battles, friend. There's no glory in war. It's just something they soldiers so they'll risk their lives. Hermirs. Blades, helmets, pretty much anything to suit your needs. Whether it's armor you need or a new blade, come see me.
Let me know if you see anything you like. So, you're interested in my potions and ingredients? Hope to see you again soon.
Oh, nice.
I don't appreciate loiterers, if that's what you're here to do. I hope you have coin to spend and you're not just here to gawk at my goods.
My master can be a bit short-tempered, but I've learned so much from him.
Oh, Luna Moth and Vampire Dust gives you the health regenerate automatically. So we can go... Oh, try that. No. Oh, blue Dartwing is spear. Good enough for me. Juniper berries. Ooh, Mothwing. Oh, his card? Stamina regen. Mothwing, garlic, mudcrab, nightshade.
I'll never have mastered your relevant skill with potions.
Nordic barnacle. Oh. Oh, Nordic barnacles regenerate health too. Fortified pickpocket. Interesting. Well, we might as well. What was it? Lavender and purple? I think. Or is it lavender? Lavender tundra cotton.
I don't appreciate loiterers, if that's what you're here to do.
Ooh, fortify sneak.
I hope you have coin to spend. You're not just here to gawk at my
Alright, might as well just use those. Fortified pickpocket is a sweet one. Do we have imp? go with Nightshade and...
My master can be a bit short-tempered, but
Hiscarp.
I learned so much from him.
Damage health. Thistle branch, purple. I'm just like, I'm not even paying attention. Use up some of that.
My master can be a bit short-tempered, but I've learned so much from him.
I don't appreciate loiterers, if that's what you're here to do. Take a look.
Oh, whoa. Concentrated poison. I gotta figure out what I did with that one.
Hope to see you again soon.
Stamina. I think we're pretty much done with the one-handed stuff. My sneak is really low. That's got to go up pretty quick.
You need anything? Some may call this junk. Me, I call them treasures.
Common soul gems? Yeah, I don't think so. What books he got? Bound sword and healing. Yeah, I don't want to need that. I'll just take your money.
Be sure to stop by Sadri's used wares in the Grey Quarter.
All at reasonable prices.
I made my fortune as a sea captain, but now I'm retired.
I'd travel more, but if you're looking to trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing.
Where? Any good ones? Nope. Once again, I'll just take your money, thanks.
Thank you for your custom.
Everyone says Yorland Greymane is the best smith in Skyrim. Needs the metal hammered. Take a look. Whether it's armor you need or a new blade, come see me.
Assorted fruits and vegetables, all delicious and affordable.
Just steal their blocks.
Working in Windhelm is great. I get Ulfric up close.
Assorted wares and tools you just can't live without. Come and see for yourself.
I never expected Ulfric to live this legend, but he does.
I got a bunch of wolf pets, don't I?
Come and browse my fine selection.
Fruits and vegetables, all ripe and ready for your table.
Buying and selling of what? Assorted goods.
Can we make bows in this?
I have a little of everything for sale.
I think I always ask this question. I always get disappointed by the response.
Finest and freshest produce today.
Cookware, knives, and other goods for the home, all at reasonable prices.
Yeah, you can't just build bows.
Everyone says Yorland Grey. Blades, helmets, pretty much anything to suit your needs.
Yeah, nothing really grabs my attention, eh? And there's no... I bet you there's no good dagger. Yeah.
If you meet anyone in your travels who needs good steel, send them my way.
Need a ride? Where do you want to go? Climb and back, and we'll be off. If you've never been to Riften, be sure to visit the Blackbriar Meadery. A few mugs of that, and you'll forget all.
Damn. Oh, spiders. A whole bunch of them. Someone's shooting these spiders. Man, those are big spiders. Those are huge. I'm not fighting a bunch of those spiders. One like good jump from them and you're dead. You're just dead. So we can wait. Oh, spiders. Big giant spiders. Ha! Wreck.
Should be good.
Welcome to Riften, home of the Thieves Guild. Or so they'd have you believe. It's all lies. They're just thugs, vermin, creeping around the Red Way.
Sam. Now I'm over in Riften in the middle of the night, because there is somewhere a shadow stone that I remember existing in a previous playthrough. Unfortunately, I don't see it anywhere. Screw that wolf, man. Wolves. They're terrible. No, I don't think it's over here. I think it's further south.
Everything's all right?
Yeah, somehow I want to believe it's south of Riften. Yeah, there it is, right there. What the heck is this? Well, this is that part of Riften that nobody pays attention to. Alright, let's risk the run on the Shadow Stone here. So there's probably a wizard over here. So I think our exit strategy will just be pressing backwards. Running away. Is there anybody here? Hey.
Never should have come here.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. Can we see this guy anywhere? So dark. So dark. Just looking at blackness right now. Oh, there he is. Let's activate the Shadow Stone. Favorite it. Put it on there. Go invisible.
Where are you?
That is going to save a lot. Should save quite a bit of trouble. That guy's pretty tough. It's a good thing he's a conjurer.
Must have scared him off.
There we go, the Shadow Stone. I like it. What the hell's going on over here?
Let me guess. Someone stole your roll. Trouble?
Alright. Riften Stables is this way. So let's go. Okay. We need deadly aim so that we can get proper sneaky.
Hold and stand down. If you want to get into Riften, use the north gate. This one's closed. My orders are to tell the riffraff to use the north gate. That's it. No. You can use the north gate, or you can head to the next city.
Wow. I don't know where those wolves are.
Oh, thank goodness. I've been wandering alone for so long, I thought I'd never see another soul again. I was kidnapped by these bandits weeks ago. They locked me up in the towers near Mistwatch. I managed to pick the lock and slip out while the guards slept, but now... Oh, thank you. They're at Mistwatch. Here, let me... If you can stop them, you'll be a true hero.
Where's Mistwatch? Oh, there.
If you can stop them, you'll be a true hero.
Yeah, we're not true heroes yet. We'd probably get killed by some random bandit captain.
There's an apothecary in town, yeah. It's down on the lower walkway, so stay sharp if you go down there.
Hold there. Before I let you into Riften, you need to pay the visitor's tax. For the privilege of entering the city. What does it matter? Don't want in, huh? Fine. Have a good walk to the next city.
There's fine steel at the Scorched Hammer if you fancy a new blade.
Need a ride? I can take you to... Where do you want to go? Climb and back, and we'll be off. You ever met one of them cats? Khajiit, they call themselves. I hear there's...
I'm gonna go get some coffee. So maybe I'll talk a little bit about the story of Albiah Scoom. So originally the character was supposed to be kind of like a shadow nun. And they looked... the original design was literally just a black silhouette with basically wearing almost like a habit and like having a sort of almost like a mitre, like a tall hat. But as time has gone on, the character sort of changed. But I've sort of maintained
I
the...
cannot serve you. Take a look.
I've maintained sort of the changes as part of a storyline. And sort of reiterations of the character have been, you know, updated as the story progressed, I guess. I don't know if I want to buy a lesser soul. Yeah, fuck it. Let's just go. Let's do it. And do we have anything really great in here? Magic damage. Any really cheap ones? Any good apparel? One-handed spells, conjuration, that all looks like junk. And then this is all high-end stuff that I'm not really too keen on. And I don't think... Oh, we have regenerate health potions. And you can have that. We're going to keep all of those. Let's get rid of the 17-point slows. So we're going to make more.
May your road lead you to warm sands.
Welcome to Khajiit's humble camp.
I think the Khajiit are actually probably the most fun thing in this game in terms of like I don't know, like moving map characters and things like that. Like, I like the idea of having these like moving merchants and
for my crops. Never is.
You know, characters that they have like their own little storyline and they're like nomadic. It'd be kind of fun to have some more of that. But anyway, I think I got distracted. So Albiah Scoom became this character, and she was supposed to be like an assassin that works for some sort of Chthonian entity, and the Chthonian entity was not supposed to be all that powerful, right? Like in terms of like, you know, the Albiah would refer to, and the entity was named Stig. And Albiah would refer to that as their god, and like she'd be like fanatically devoted to the god. Like there's no going out of it. Like, you can't deconvert her. And the sort of premise too is that like Albiah has no soul. And any agent, there's lots of agents. Like she's not special. She's no chosen one. She wasn't like, you know, built from the ground up to be like instrument of destruction or some nonsense. Like no. Like there's a whole cult of these basically empty people that have had their souls taken when they were children, and they've basically been brought up in these convents to worship Stig and do his will. And what his will is when Stig, or whatever organization around Stig, decides that that somebody has earned Stig's blessing, then they send an agent, and that agent becomes your personal servant. You know, and these are assassins, right? So, but they're trained in all sorts of random nonsense. So, like, obviously, you know, all the ladies are fully trained in lady behavior, and all the men are fully trained in manly behavior, and lady behavior probably too. Because like they're servants, right? But what they're really supposed to be is, you know, assassins and killers. So all that other nonsense, all that fanfic shit is just like, you know, that's derivations from the original concept. It's like, well, you know, me thinking to myself, like, would they actually know how to do these kinds of things if it ever came up? And the answer would be yes, but it's not important because it never came up, and it never does come up. What is this? I've never been back here. Oh, guard barracks. Neat. With that said, right? So the first campaign, because she's a D&D character that I tried to play a full campaign in, and it just hasn't panned out. But the first time we were playing this like Mafia game, and so the premise was that the Mafia, like one of the sub-dons, like not the big Don, but like one of the mid-level characters, NPCs, had done something that they don't know what it was, and they did something that earned the blessing of Stig. Now, what the NPC does, like, and I didn't tell the DM what that thing is. It's not important. If he asked, I would have told him. But what the thing ended up being was, they made some sort of land deal or whatever, which basically it forced a bunch of children into one of their orphanages, like a Stygian orphanage, or for whatever reason, something happened that allowed Stig to acquire lots of children. And so, as a result of that, Stig's favor was earned to this person, and Albiah was sent to be their servant. And so I joined the party, basically saying, you know, I'm here to,
so I can learn the merchant's trade.
you know, work. And at the time, the character was very raw. Like it was barely a character, right? It was a concept. And so I was like, Albiah always smelled of mint and spoke in a whisper all the time.
Everything's for trinkets.
And that's changed so dramatically now. Like, it's a completely different character. But at the time, that's who that character was, right? And I've kept that story. What ends up happening is that game fell apart. Go figure, right? Prices are better. But anyway, that game fell apart. And a new game started, one where instead of being Mafia Dons, we were going to be police officers. Like members of the Guard. So I'm thinking to myself, it's like, well, I don't want to change characters because I already put so much thought into this one. Like, I'd written like some short stories and things like that regarding these characters, because I do that when I'm really into a character. Or I'm really developing it, is more what I want to say. And so I wanted to keep going. So I'm like, okay, well, let me just say that this is a continuation of the previous game, right? So what happened is what he decided that happened is and this is actually a very important part of sort of the Albiah Scoom story.
Do come back.
Is the mafia, like the capo, I guess is the word we would use. The capo found out what they had done to earn the blessing, and it basically disgusted and horrified them. So what they said was, basically they told her to get the hell out of here. Like, I don't want you. And she's like, and Albiah would be like, but I'm your servant. You know, I'm there forever. Like, it's like, well, I don't care. You know, if you're my servant, you have to do what I say. You know, go be free. And so. And that's, to me, like, to the story, it's very important, like, it's those specific words. Be free. Go. You know, I order you to be free. And so, Albiah has to take that at face value. It's like, oh, I have to go and be free. And at the time when that happened, when I put out that storyline, it's like, it was more like, I don't care what you do. You know, go, you're free to do whatever you want. But as I sort of developed the story, it's specifically those words, go and be free. It technically matters. Now, so anyway, she joins the Guard and she joins a police force.
Come back anytime
and becomes like, you know, a guardsman. And the sort of story would be that, like, the shadow, the not very well-rounded Shadow Albiah shows up to basically the police chief, and the police chief sort of kind of catches wind that somebody's there, maybe because Albiah isn't as good as that police chief, or because Albiah let themselves be known, because they're supposed to be like masters of stealth, right? That's the whole point, is they're like living shadows. They try to be, right? They're not actually. They're just, you know, weird tattooed freaky people with oily hair. Which actually comes later, right? Because they're supposed to be kind of like shadow people, but then the sort of story of how the story got developed, it changes and it becomes, I think, better, but it makes the story different. But anyway, so the police chief is like, what the hell are you doing here? And they're like, well, I'm free. I'm I'm a killer or whatever, or I'm an assassin. You know, it was like, well, we don't even know who you are. It's like, that's fine. I want to join the police force. And so, because it's a D&D game, you know, instead of saying, no, you can't do that, or whatever might happen, right? You know, they say, yeah, okay, sure, join the police force. And honestly, that is probably a good thing, because I would say maybe she might even made a name for herself as, like, you know, the shadow of the mafia or something like that by that point in time, right? Because it's supposed to have been, you know, a little bit, almost long enough that it might be.
You'll find tonics, salves,
What
poultices,
do I
and
want to
potions
pick?
on my shelves.
Not Nightshade,
Browse
maybe
to your
Orange
heart's
Dartwing?
content.
Nothing. I think I've done that before. Oh well, it's not important. Anyway.
If there's anything I can help you with, you have but to ask.
Everybody's? Nope. We got salt piles. Not a lot of it. Lavender tundra cotton?
I sell cures for all ills.
Increase
and I'll be happy
magic,
to
concentrate and poison. It's terrible. Oh, that's boring. Boring.
I offer remedies for ailments both common and rare. Do let me know if I can be of service.
I'll sell some stuff, I guess. But yeah, so Albiah ends up joining the police force, and the character changes because one of the police chief is like, okay, well, you gotta, if you're gonna join the police force, you can't be a fucking living in the shadows whispering to everybody. You have to be, you know, start talking to people, be more outgoing. So the second iteration of Albiah was like, instead of just being a silhouetted shadow, was basically a, you know, creepy fake smile, you know, police officer outfit, kind of. You know, it was an Agent of the Stygian Sea outfit, which is basically a turtleneck bathing suit. It was a pinstripe turtleneck bathing suit. But I gave her like a sort of an overcoat, like an investigator kind of overcoat with like fur, and then a police badge and things like that. So the design of the character changed a little bit, but not too much. Anyway, but the point is the character started getting. I started making like facial features and things like that, and trying to determine what the character would actually look like from that point. And what am I selling here? 28, 28, 23. Bunch of invisibility potions. Sell these, I guess. We're gonna have lots of those eventually. Maybe even sell these slow potions. Not this one. Maybe these two. Oh. I don't have really good sellables right now. We need blue butterflies. Oh, it's damn nighttime. How much money do I got? 25.
Come on in. Let me know if you need anything, or take a seat by the fire and I'll send someone over. What can I get you? Take a look.
Wow, apple pie. We got rabbit haunches. Salt pile for sure. I have tomatoes. I might not have potatoes. Let's get those 2 venisons though. So we'll make venison stew and we'll eat it. I'm gonna do some dirty tricks. Some sneaky deaky stuff. We're gonna grab some cheese though. And we got lots of the other stuff. And I don't need magic. And we'll grab an ale. Grab
Need anything else? Just let me know.
And of course, big stupid of me. Went and got the Shadow Stone.
Wake up, dear. Yes, Mom.
Cool. Okay. But that's fine. What we'll do is we'll rent a room.
You want a drink? Depends. Are you thirsty? Hungry? Both.
Are these the same? I think they are. Yes.
Now please, no more questions.
Hungry, tired, or just... Sure thing. It's yours for a day. I'll show you to your room, right
We're
this
gonna go
way.
pick a fist fight
If
with
it's
this
worth
girl
you're looking for,
after sleeping
Hilda's
for an
the one
hour.
to talk to.
This is a local favorite and one of the first songs I ever learned.
Let me know if there's anything
Ragnar
else
the
you
Red.
need.
Oh, there once was a hero named Ragnar the Red who came riding to Whiterun from
I've got a
Mordor
hungry daughter
instead.
to feed, so selling my
And the braggart did swagger and
Think you can go blade to blade with me? You'd be dead in 6 seconds. The heat of the battle is that, and a true Nord never misses it. And why not? 100 gold says I knock your hide to the ground. Just fists. No weapons, no magic.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna eat some food. Venison stew. Eat my cheese wedge.
Now I think it's high time that you lie down and bleed.
Come on.
And so then came clashing and slashing of steel as the brave lass Matilda charged in.
Someone do something. Drive that snow back to the ground.
So she's gonna punch the crap out of me. But I'm gonna out heal it. But we're gonna get low budget heavy armor stacks. And then when we get low enough, we'll just end the fight. You can kind of get like maybe one level of heavy armor this way. And then if things get too hot, you just sort of back up. She's so tough. She's probably one of the toughest, like, buddies that you can get.
This is a local favorite and first songs Ragnar the Red. This is a local favorite and the first songs Ragnar the Red.
You think I'm afraid of you?
I need ale.
Damn you.
Just gonna stand there and take it? Fight back!
Come on, let's see you put up.
You just gonna stand there and take it? Fight back!
We're doing pretty good against her, actually.
Do your work.
There you go, see? Big heavy armor stacks. Ha!
This is a local favorite.
Jump on the bed here.
First songs There once was a hero named Ragnar the Red who came riding to Whiterun. This is a local favorite. First songs. This is an ode to Skyrim's staunch protectors.
Skyrim belongs to the Nords.
You just gonna stand there and take it? Fight back!
I think if you put your fist down, the fight ends. But she can kill you if you're not paying attention.
Let's see you.
can beat you up enough.
Snow back to the ground. Come on.
I'm getting out of here.
Keep those hands up.
This is a local favorite. The first songs I
Skyrim belongs to the Nords.
Someone do something.
You're just gonna stand there and take it? Fight back.
This is a local favorite. The first songs I Ragnar the Red.
Hey, she healed.
This is an ode to Skyrim's staunch protectors, the Imperials.
Somebody help! Keep those hands up.
We drink to our youth. This is a local favorite. This should be the first songs
Destroy you.
What's our heavy armor at? It doesn't go very fast. We're almost halfway.
This is
See if we can get her to 30.
staunch protectors.
Can't really beat her up anymore. Well, I can't. But still.
This is an ode to Skyrim's staunch protector. This is a local favorite and one of the first songs I heard. Ragnar the Red.
Come on, let's see you put up a
Stand
fight.
there and take it? Fight back.
This is a local favorite and
Just
one of the
gonna
first
stand there and take it?
This is an ode to Skyrim's the Imperials.
No place here.
Just gonna stand there and take it? Fight back.
This is a local favorite and one of the first songs I ever heard. Ragnar the Red.
Snow back to the ground. Come on. Take it? Fight back.
Come on, show me what you got. I'll spare you, for now.
Come on.
This is an ode to Skyrim's staunch protectors, the Imperials. We drink to our youth, today's coming.
How far did we get? Oh, so close. So close. We could have held out for a little bit longer.
Age of aggression is just about done. We'll drive out the storm cloaks and restore what we own. With our blood and our steel, we will take back our home.
We can just sort of do this.
Stand there and take it?
Down with Ulfric, the killer of kings. On the day of your death, we will drink and
Want to hear a little Nord wisdom? And why not? 100 gold says I knock your hide.
You're on.
Just fists. No weapons, no magic, no crime. Let's go.
But this land is ours, and we'll see it wiped clean of the scourge that has sullied our hopes and our dreams.
Keep walking, Softgut. I'm more woman than you can. And why not? 100 gold says I knock your... Just fists. No weapons, no magic, no crying. Let's go.
Who taught you to fight? Keep those hands up.
Just throwing money away. She's taking it.
You're just gonna stand there and take it? Fight back.
We still fighting?
You're just gonna stand there and take it? Fight back.
We drink to our youth,
Just gonna stand there and take
I don't know. I don't want to get in a fight with her then.
Is just about done.
Get attacked by like 12 guys with weapons just because I punched her.
Just gonna stand there and take it? Fight back!
With our blood and our steel, we will take back our home.
Whatever. The next hit that we ever take from anything.
Down with Ulfric, the killer. Of kings, on the day of your death, we will drink and we'll sing. With the children
Drive that snow back to the
Skyrim, and we
ground.
fight
Come
all
on.
our lives. And when Sovngarde beckons, every one of us.
I've got a hungry dog.
Let's go find some butterflies, I guess.
You look tired, friend. May I has been.
Dude, I just woke up.
What? Only if... But damn if... Hey, in the bannered... Argonian ale. I can almost taste
I'll bring you that ale, old man.
Sure.
Not anymore, friend.
Come on in. Let me know if you need anything, or take a seat by the fire and I'll send someone over.
That. What are you staring? Well, would you look at that? Argonian ale. My thanks, friend. Here, take this here healing potion. I, found it in the temple. Not anymore, thanks to you, friend. Bye now.
Best line ever.
I've got a hungry daughter to feed, so produce is really the only thing I
So yeah, going back to the sort of Albiah storyline, that
Do you have
yeah,
news?
she joins the
Let me see.
police, and then
So, North Watch Keep. Then we know where to... I'll do anything. Thorald can't be left to those. Are you I can have a group of men ready at a moment's notice. Very well. I'll give you a chance. But if you can't do it, I will.
yeah, well, we can do that. Once again, though, we just need damage. Damage.
You tried mercenary work? Sometimes I miss the soldier's life, but when I hold my daughter in my arms... My Sapphire, he fed his entire family with the gold he made using... I tracked it. I don't know why I'm saying this, but if you find it out in your travels, I'd be grateful to you. I can teach you a few things. If you find that sword, please bring it to me. My wife's a good woman. She can be a little hard-headed sometimes, but I love her just
Butterflies. We're going for butterflies. Anyway, where was I in my story? Yes, okay. Join the police force. So the character at the point in the police force was sort of this, I'm not going to say naive, but like socially ridiculous, like just Albiah Albiah comes from a place called the Noctilok, which is like a well, it's these convents, right? These convents, they're not, you know, they're not even they're basically run by fairies and things like that, so that they're not, they're alien, right? The culture is so foreign and alien that people just like don't get it at all, and they shouldn't, because it doesn't make any goddamn sense half the time. Like these people are built to serve for one purpose. They're not here to learn all about society and things like that. And these, you know, the convents don't understand individual cultures and things like that. It doesn't matter. They just understand basic stuff. And so Albiah understands a lot of basic things, but when she's in the police force, you know, she makes a bunch of friends and yada yada yada. Like as much friends as a person like that can make. But you know, some of the police officers are kind of corrupt, and eventually, and one of them is like a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde character, and eventually they decide to kill them, and you know, just as a sort of series of circumstances, Albiah is basically taught that the laws don't really matter. Like it's okay sometimes to break the law or whatever, and then she ends up murdering one of the police officers and then leaves the police force. Like doesn't leave, like I wouldn't say leaves dishonorably, because she doesn't get caught killing that person. They end up killing the Dr. Jekyll Mr. Hyde person, but you know, when the character was Dr. Jekyll, you know, he understood that there was a Mr. Hyde and he was trying to manage it. And then eventually he couldn't, and then they put him down. And when it was explained that it's okay to do that, and Albiah killed the person that said it's okay to do that. But all throughout this thing, Albiah is sort of struggling with the idea of freedom. So the reason she joins the Guard, as I've sort of evolved the story, she joins the Guard not because there's another D&D campaign and I want to play it, but because she's actually trying to follow the command, you know, go be free, right? And so being free to her was like, okay, well, you know, I'm not in a prison, but like, you know, the police can tell me to stop. Like, I'm always going to be scared that the police will, like, the laws will get me, because I'm a slave to the laws. I'm bound by them, right? Even if I break them, people will come and find me to stop that, right? So what if I'm a police officer? Wow, okay, so she becomes a police officer, and it turns out the laws don't matter, which is, you know, that the police can't catch you, you're free from the laws, and you know, if no one's going to enforce the law on you, like they don't know you exist or whatever, then, you know, you're above the law. So this is where like the game, like the Albiah, like that game falls apart too after 2 or 3 sessions, or actually more than 2 or 3. But after a few sessions, the game falls apart. And so the storyline didn't... The stuff that happens while she's a police officer doesn't get any more developed through D&D. And the story kind of continues with... I say that she eventually leaves the police force and sort of joins a secret police, like basically like the king's spies or king's assassins, and goes and sort of wanders the land, like one of those, like almost like the FBI, like above the law, right? But this is also the start of what I would consider the decline of the character. So in the story, like the storyline, this is where like the character is sort of struggling with what freedom is and how she can actually be free, because no matter how high up there's always these kings, and if you start killing the king, then like, you know, if you just kill the king, or by this time maybe she's even killed kings, and so like this king's thing doesn't matter, but it all, you know, everything doesn't matter. Like it's a dead end. right? You know, we're governed by all these laws, but like the laws don't mean anything, and she's actually free of the laws, but like even if she breaks enough laws and doesn't stay hidden, and she's bound by it, and like she's stuck. And it gets to the point where basically she sort of becomes this, like, you know, when there's a job to do, she'll go and do the job. And just so people understand what the nature of the character is like, Albiah is supposed to be a character that's like not bubbly. Like, she's not like a bubbly pixie girl at all, but like, I guess if a pixie girl was like emotionless and kind of dark, that would be the Albiah personality, with a lot of oohs, like, oh, I see, like basically as if everything everyone says is being absorbed somehow. And like, the thing about Albiah is she's supposed to take everything kind of literally, because she doesn't know any better, right? And that's sort of what I mean by like pixie character, like the sort of, they're super naive. But with that being said, you know, that naivety it's not stupidity. Like, Albiah's not dumb, and she's not going to be tricked so easily. She's actually shockingly competent, is supposed to be what's going on. But like, because she's like fully trained, like she's fully schooled and she knows all of these things, she just doesn't understand your social normities. So it obviously makes them look dumb, or makes her look dumb. Someone coming over here? Oh no, they're just patrolling. Interesting. Let's follow these guys and see where they end up. But yeah, so Albiah ends up basically being this, you know, living a sort of dual life. And, you know, when there's a job to be done, Albiah will go and quickly do the job. But then when she's not doing the job, she's doing nothing. And I depict this, there's some pretty disturbing sort of, because Albiah's story is like almost like a horror story, right? And there's some pretty disturbing scenes that I'm not going to get into, but let's just say, spoiler alert, if I ever do make a video game, the most horrible thing that you can do, the most horrible choices that you can make that feel the worst are the right choices in order to achieve freedom. And
Legion's always looking for strong, capable warriors. You think you've got what it
anyway,
takes? Headquarters isn't.
Stuff happens, but it doesn't matter. And in this tapestry of misery, like, she's just miserable at this point. Like, this is the lowest point, is when she is, like, I guess politically the most powerful, but like she's absolutely miserable. She's going nowhere. She's not achieving freedom. She's doesn't feel like she's like close to Stig in any way, you know, because she isn't, right? Like, she's not in the Noctilax. Stig doesn't talk to her or anything. Like, he's not a very good god. He's actually terrible at it, right? And even like when I first conceptualized Stig, he wasn't a god at all. He was just like he was just a giant fish. Like, in D&D, it would have been an aboleth I probably used, but you know, it's just some Chthonian horror that isn't a god. It just styles itself one and has, you know, eldritch knowledge. But anyway. So she's at this low point of her life and doesn't understand freedom, doesn't understand anything, has no real purpose. Like she's fighting for this country that doesn't matter. She's assassinating people, but it's irrelevant. She's not working. Like, and this part's a little bit fuzzy. I'd have to properly like. This is sort of the gap between games where things are developed, but this is where she would probably be actually quite valuable to a nation state, but like she's not. She's just given jobs and on her way, and it's at this like this extreme low point of her existence where I would even say maybe even the jobs aren't. They just sort of stop coming, like they stop trying to find her to give her jobs to do. Where she meets Atlau Gultman. And this heralds in the third game, and so the third game is a mix of two, but they take place in the video game Neverwinter Nights. We played online for a while, and so I said, okay, this is the character you want to play, and he explained that he wanted to play this devil lawyer, and I'm like, okay. So I sort of reconceptualized Albiah as a character, and I said, I'll play this character, because I never got to finish it, ever. Like, I never got to, like, see this story go to its conclusion. And so I did this, and the story was basically that Atlau was supposed to be, like, a chosen one of Stig. Like, instead of this mafioso, it was Atlau, and then Albiah sort of ends up there, but it turns out, you know, because we were playing in this like Ravenloft server, which is, it sucked. It's just bullshit. But because we were playing in this Ravenloft server, I ended up getting into it with one of the GMs over this character's storyline, and they didn't like it, so we like hashed it out. And hashing it out was actually a good thing, because like, you know, there really is something to be said about having a second opinion about things. And they didn't like that the character had all these like weird mystical ties to Chthonian monsters and stuff like that, and that, like, you know, Albiah's look and things like that were unnatural. So we, you know, at the time it was just like, oh yeah, this is just a process. Like, you know, she had like that sort of violet purple skin, and her eyes were kind of like that bright pink and the black with black. Her whites were black, and her irises were white, or were like bright, like neon, almost like fluorescent pink. But anyway, so they didn't like that. So we ended up making a whole bunch of changes to sort of what they are, and we determined that rather than like Albiah's like dark skin being a part of, you know, having grown up in what is essentially the shadow plane or whatever, which I now dub the Noctilok, which is basically dark fairyland. Their skin is actually just tattooed. Like when they're infants, they just get a full body tattoo forced on them by the sisters of the convent, and this happens multiple times in their as they grow up. So when they're babies, like when they're children, and then I think it happens again when they're 8 years old, and it's supposed to happen again when they finish their adolescence. And then meanwhile, there's also a whole bunch of other processes they go through. Like they take basically ink baths, and they like grease their hair with a specific concoction of junk that makes their hair slick and heavy, and also gives them the tinglies in the head, keeps their heads nice and empty, and like all sorts of processes that I sort of hashed out because they didn't like anything unnatural going on with the character. So, but to me that was like for the better. But anyway, so Outlaw Goldman. Basically this lawyer, this this devil lawyer that shows up. And so Albiah is like her servant, is his servant. And I mean like in the sort of personal attaché, you know, Outlaw Goldman and Miss Scoom. And so when he was basically worthless, like he was not the best lawyer, borderline incompetent in pretty much everything, dies all the time in any like random wild encounter in the game. Like it was brutal, but this is part of the storyline, and so like what ends up sort of saving, he ends up saving Albiah basically by giving her a purpose, which also unlocks for her what ends up ultimately becoming the solution to her freedom conundrum. Like, how do I achieve freedom, like true freedom? And so she works for him and tries to basically free him from his bad deal that he has, because he has a bad deal with like an archdevil, and he basically has to try to pay off this archdevil with like essentially unlimited souls. So the goal is the two of them work together and they free him from this archdevil. Probably by being the shittiest people on the planet, but whatever. That's not the point. Like, Albiah is not supposed to be a good character. Anyway. But through all of this, as the story progresses, she comes to the realization that, you know, freedom, a good deal of freedom is supplicating yourself to, well, to another, right? But that supplication has to be voluntary, and you should be, you can stop at any time. Because if at any time you can't, you're not an equal, or you're bound by these supplications, you're no longer free, right? So she sort of comes to this realization, and the final arc of the story, which would be like the final arc of if I made a game, like a visual novel, which is what I kind of want to do. The final arc is her returning to the Noctilok to basically confront God, which is Stig, and regain her soul, because Stig has it, so she can give it to him, so she can willingly give it back, and then basically be, you know, stand beside him as an equal. And of course, everybody on the planet, like everybody in the Noctilok, does not want that at all. And basically through that, you know, Albiah will achieve a sort of enlightened divinity. Like, not become a god, but, you know, stand as like an enlightened person beside God to the right hand, right? And for various reasons, I would assume, you know, the Stygian Sea would not want Stig to have something like this, which I'm not going to go into right now, but needless to say, you know, Stig is not a god that is necessarily the most loved, because he's not supposed to be really all that godly. Current iterations of Stig he is in fact a god, but he is like a minor deity, whose divinity was not, like, he wasn't born a god. He attained a deific status, like it was given to him almost by chance. In the Rotting Realms, there's the Shadow God is named Many, and because there are lots of Shadow Gods, and so Stig is just one of many. P.S. The Rotting Realms is my sort of D&D campaign setting, which I kind of slot everybody into. Albiah never really started in the Rotting Realms, but I put her in there and added to the canon of the setting. The Noctilok is now part of the Rotting Realms. It never used to be, but as a result of sort of developing Albiah in this story, we added it in. And Stig went from sort of just some Carthonian horror that had taken over essentially like the fairy queens and become the fairy king, to being a god, which allowed him to do that in the first place. So anyway, she confronts Stig and becomes enlightened. And in the visual novel, when it gets made, that will be a very difficult ending to achieve. It would require you to actually attain freedom from all of these locks that are applied, and the most difficult of which being, supplication. Like, freedom is bondage is freedom, basically, because the idea behind the bondage is freedom idea is when you are absolutely capable of doing anything, like if you can go and do whatever you want, you generally do nothing, right? And you get stuck with despondency because you don't know where to travel. You don't know what to do. You don't have purpose. So you're stuck, right? And you see it all the time. It's like you're free to do anything you want, so you do nothing because you have nothing to do. Right? You're already you achieved freedom. So you have to supplicate yourself to an idea or a person or something, right? And in this case, it's God. Right? Albiah returns to the sort of the core of her being, which is like, her devotion to Stig. And in theory, like, I think the angle I would put towards it is that she wants to save Stig. Like, she wants to free him. And by ensuring Stig's freedom, she herself stays free. And she has absolute love for her god, so it's not like she's gonna, like, and I would, like, obviously the whole, like, oh, perfect freedom is impossible to attain. It's like, well, she's bound by her love to Stig, and so, like, that's a chain on her, and it's like, well, no, because she can choose not to at any time. Like, these feelings for her god, who essentially her father, right? Like, her feelings for her father, although they are classified as love, are not unconditional, right? Like, he, as shitty of a person as Stig might be, if he does do something, she could say no, and you're done. And in fact, that's kind of the purpose of it. The final fight of, say, any visual novel would actually be with Stig himself, and Stig would fight you all the way. Like, he's not just going to be like, oh, hey, you're enlightened now, nice, good job. And he's going to be like, no, how about this, fuck you, you're mine, I own you. And basically you have to refuse him. And basically force him to relinquish your soul. And then once you've done it, once he's defeated, and you've completely conquered Stig, then you give him back your soul. You say, like, this is yours, and it's always been yours.
Hello there, fellow traveler. One itinerant minstrel and wandering wastrel at your service. For a generous fellow traveler, but of course, Ysmir's blessing on you. This one's a favorite of mine, a legend we all know and love. Our hero claims a warrior's heart. I tell you the Dragonborn comes, with the voice-wielding power of the ancient Nord art. Believe the Dragonborn comes. It's an end to the evil of all Skyrim's foes. Beware, the Dragonborn comes. For the darkness has passed, and the legend yet grows. You'll know the Dragonborn's come.
Yeah, so that's the story. That's the character that I've been playing. And so the reason why I like the Fulmer helmet is it's the closest thing to like some sort of spooky eldritch association. Is my heavy armor 30 now? Good. Oh, I don't have a point. And for people who are asking, or who are thinking it maybe, yes, I do put quite a bit of thought into most of my D&D characters. Not as much as with Albiah. Like, the age of Albiah has been a long one, and has gotten a lot. It's mostly because it's been a series of unfinished campaigns. But, I do put a good deal of thought into the characters I play. And they're either usually supposed to be like aspects of myself, or they're supposed to be, specifically in Albiah's case, like nowadays the characters are usually explorations of a concept. And for the record, it's 50-50 male characters and female characters that I play usually. Though unfortunately, well, not really unfortunately, the female characters usually get more attention because I like drawing pinups. So cute girls are more fun to draw than sexy boys, at least for me. And most of my male characters aren't all that sexy. They're usually really kind of scummy and gross. I think the hottest boy character I've played was Sesus Mimubai Tito, which was an anima player, or not anima, he was a Dragon Blood. It was that White Wolf game. This was so long ago. But, what is it? Was it anima? I think it might actually be anima. Whatever, I think that's what it's called. Where it's like there's solar bloods and lunar bloods and dragon bloods and all this other stuff, and it's a White Wolf game. One of the few that doesn't follow the shitty White Wolf RPG formula. The don't run with sharps formula. Edgy boys. You're special, but everybody else is special too. You can't use your powers because there are people who are more special and more powerful than you stomping you. Or the entire world is out to get you in some way. So you'll never be able to fully realize your power. And there were entire organizations built up to basically tell you how stupid and not special you are. But remember, you're special. Here's a list of powers that you get. Don't worry, there are people that will get powers that aren't listed in the book that are way better than you. You can never achieve that level. Yeah, junk like that. I don't really like White Wolf games. The only ones I really did think are decent were Changeling. And I like Vampire as well, but Vampire 100% follows that's stupid. I like Mage. Mage was actually really good. But I don't think I played Mage properly. Honestly, I don't think that the GMs that I ran with understood it. So... So my experience with Mage was probably tainted. And Changeling, I only liked the aspect of Changeling that is completely opposite of White Wolf, which is it's not dark and silly. It's all like it's not like this dark don't run with sharps kind of story but it's one of these really hopeful ones where it's like, oh, the world is really banal and boring, but you know. But because you've been sort of, goblinized and ferried, and been whisked away or whatever, crib swapped, I don't know what they call it in that setting anymore. But you basically get to see the color in the world in a special way. And I just think, I like the idea of seeing the beauty of the world where everybody only sees gray is pretty great. But... it's whatever. But yeah, most of my characters are usually the boy characters are usually, they're not very good pinups. And actually, to be fair, a lot of my girl characters aren't very good pinups either. They all have... I generally design characters with physical flaws. So every Albiah pinup kind of looks kind of creepy because she always has ridiculously wide eyes, like just manic. She kind of looks like the Ringu girl. But try to draw a pinup of a girl who looks like who looks like she's hiding in your closet. It's not cute. And the current my sort of newest character is a character named Samantha Tweedle. And the original concept was kind of like this. I'm not going to say a bombshell, but she's supposed to be very feminine and have blonde curls, and she still does. But subsequent designs have been created, I've sort of designed her. I've given her a real horse mouth. She's got her most prominent feature is she's got a very out, her mouth juts out a lot. So, but that's all hidden because her big branding is a giant wizard's hat and a cigarette and long curly hair. So you don't really notice her face is supposed to be, cartoonishly shaped like a pear. She got gorilla mouth. Albiah is supposed to be kind of moon-faced. You see the character here, right? She's got a really big nose, but I think really big noses are attractive. And she's got like a pointy chin, and then she's supposed to have like massive eyebrows, like real manly eyebrows. And then obviously her hair is supposed to be like really long and really oily. It's almost like dreads, but like if you stuck your hand on the dreads, they would just come apart and you'd get gunk on your hands. You know, if she dunked her head in water, the water would wick off. Well, it looks like I'm not going to find any more blue butterflies. I could just go somewhere and sleep on the carriage. Yeah, maybe I'll just do that.
Need a ride? Where do you want to go?
I guess we'll do
Climb it back
Windhelm.
and we'll be off. Oh, there once was a hero named Ragnar the Red who came riding to right run from old Rorik's.
It's so funny, this like radio show that we're doing here. You know, give maybe 2 topics. 2 topics of discussion in 5 hours. It's brutal. But whatever. Even listener will be driven away. What time is it in this game? 5:11, so it's almost time to get up.
It's so good to see you again. A few septims for my supper is all I ask.
You should unload some of that unwanted gear. Head over to Sadri's used wares. Talk to the elf.
Oh, I was thinking so it's late at night. What are we doing again in this? I guess we'll go talk to Yarlif. Or we're waiting for daybreak.
The Stormcloaks are finding victory across the land. I'm not much of a strategist, but Lord Ulfric listens to my counsel all the... Ugh. Have you been talking? Ask her about it if you want an earful. I've never seen anything like it. I would take this to Calixto at the House of Curiosities. He might even give you a bit of gold for it. Travel safely. It's dangerous out there.
So in the last video, or in the last run, we solved the Blood on the Ice quest. So I can talk freely about it. So I suspect that the third book, like the third Butcher Diary, is a sort of story reward more than it is a a thief catch. Oh, excuse me. It's a story reward more than it is a clue to the murder. Like, if you find it, obviously you'll know the answer and you can start working in that direction, but I think they run under the assumption, I think, that you're not going to find it. Because we found it right away and it didn't matter. Steal those regions. Mammoth cheese bowl, let's go. Just steal everything from them. What time is it? 7:29 a.m. Eh? Claxto's Curiosities doesn't open up for a while, so forget it. I only have 7 strips left. Okay. Yeah. You can't melt that stuff down. That's sad.
Take a good look around. I'm sure you'll find what you're looking for. Ah, so you're an alchemist then?
Danger hearts? No, I don't think so. Taproot can paralyze.
Hope to see you again soon.
Okay. Let's try. Probably tried this last time too. For some reason, I have this feeling that Taproot can paralyze people.
I don't appreciate loiterers, if that's what you're here to do.
Taproot, Imp Stool, and what's the other one that's paralysis? Well, I don't have it.
I hope you have coin to spend and you're not just here to gawk at my goods.
Oh, let's do Void Salts. Damage health. Wow. That was a dud. River Betty? River Betty? No. Giant's toe, troll fat, I don't know, garlic? Chicken egg? Nothing. Wow, brutal. Horse egg. What, Nern Root? Bomber. Ow. Force Egg, Nern Root. Focus. Hanging Moss. Blue butterfly wing, blue mountain flower.
No offense, but you're not looking so good. Are you feeling ill?
Ooh. Mothwing, and I don't know, let's go with Ice Wraith Thief. Oh, Trollfight doesn't give you regeneration? Huh.
I don't appreciate loiterers, if that's what you're here to do.
Fortified Pickpocket, Slaughterfish Egg. Good to know.
I hope you have coin to spend and you're not just here to gawk at my goods.
Fortify Magicka, Restore Magicka, eh?
My master can be a bit short-tempered, but
Tons
I've
of
learned so much from him.
Well, let's go with that for now. Because those two suck. Doesn't look like we're gonna find anything out of that. Oh well. Oh, lavender. Just quantity. We just gotta use some of this stuff up. That's not good at all. It's probably fine.
So, take a look. again soon.
I made my fortune as a sea captain, but now I'm retired.
Are you feeling? Take a look.
Lockpicking is easier. Petty souls. Yay, those are good. Everything else is kind of whatever. Found sword.
Some may call this junk. Me, I call them treasures. Be sure to stop by Sadri's used wares in the Grey Quarter.
The townsfolk call me
I
captain
travel.
because I
Take
used
a
to be
look.
a sailor.
Thank you for your custom. Fresh fruit and vegetables for sale. Cookware, knives, and other goods for the home, all at reasonable price.
Assorted fruits and vegetables, all delicious and affordable. Browse my fine selection. Everything's fresh and delicious.
Fruits and vegetables, all ripe and ready for your table.
Chanting goes up so
Assorted wares
fast.
and tools you just can't live without. Come and see for yourself.
May the gods watch over your battles, friend. Every needs metal hammered. Blades, helmets, pretty much anything to suit your needs. Whether it's armor you need or a new blade, come see me.
Full of everything for sale. Come, see for yourself.
Take home window.
Working in Wendhelm is great.
Hermir,
Get to see Ulfric
take a
close.
look. Looking to protect yourself? If you meet anyone in your travels who needs good steel, send them my way.
Assorted fruits and vegetables, all delicious and
We can go bug Calaxo.
My sister and I once traveled the world to assemble our collection. My sister, as we journeyed, I think she would be happy to know that our collection has brought smiles to faces both young and old. Let me see. Traditionally, it's carried. I would be interested in acquiring it, if you're willing to part with it, that is. For a piece like that, I could pay 500 gold. Woundford? Bah, it's purely ceremonial, and he has no use for it. Besides, I wouldn't want to be the one to give it to him. Gives me the creeps. They say he dabbles in necromancy. Suit yourself. It's only of value to collectors, though. Wonderful. This will be a splendid addition to my private collection. You all right? You look like you might be sick. Name's Nils. I'm the cook up at Candlehearth Hall.
Then it's true, what everyone is saying. That Aventus Aretino is doing the Black Sacrament, trying to summon the Dark Brotherhood?
Oh, Grimvar. Always with the nonsense. No, no, of course not. Those are just tales.
Fine, then I'll invite him out to play. He lives right there. I'm going to knock on his door.
No, child, wait! That boy, that house, they are cursed.
Ha! Then I'm right. I knew it. He's trying to have somebody killed.
All right, I won't deny it, child. What you heard is true. But Aventus Aretino walks a dark path. His actions can lead only to ruin. Now, enough. We will speak no more of this. I am the only friend you need.
A few septims for my supper is all I ask.
I'd be out there fighting the Imperials right now if it wasn't for my war wound.
Beyond the...
The guards won't help. The people won't help. I'm the only one who thinks he can be caught.
Huh?
What's it say? Woundford. But he's a
This information needs to go straight to the steward. He'll listen to you.
Be careful.
Wow. That's special. Right there. Amazing. That's one for funeral.
Leader, I can take you to any of the hold capitals. Where do you want to go?
I guess Solitude?
We'll be off. I can't wait here forever.
It's pretty hardcore. I'll trade the soul of every last subject of mine for a little comfort. AM. Oh, Khajiit has wares.
I welcome you. Take a look.
Common's too expensive. Yoink. I don't know if I have fire yet. I'll get it. I'm not gonna buy it.
May your road lead you to warm sands.
Are you feeling sick? Let's sate that appetite, hmm? Remember the winking skeever next time you're footsore.
The winking skeever's got warm beds and cold mead. You look like you could use both.
They say Ulfric Storm...
I'm telling you, Ulfric's planning an attack on Whiterun.
He'd be insane to try. He doesn't have the men.
That's not what my scouts report, sir. Every day more join his cause. Riften, Dawnstar, and Winterhold support him.
It's not a cause. It's a rebellion.
Call it whatever you like, General. The man is going to try to take Whiterun.
Jarl Baldur.
He refuses the Legion's right to garrison troops in his city. On the other hand, he also refuses to acknowledge Ulfric's claim.
Well, if he wants to stand outside the protection of the Empire, fine. Let Ulfric pillage his city.
General.
You people and your damn Jarls.
Sir? Can't force a Nord to accept help he hasn't asked for.
If Ulfric's making a move for Whiterun, then we need to be there to stop him. Draft another letter with the usual.
If it's arms or armor you need, see Beyrand in Castle Dower. Bloody good blacksmith, that one.
I've got a little work if you're interested, traveler. You're passing through Solitude? Maybe you're looking to make some easy gold, yes? It's easy. I bet my sister Deja and I are treasure hunters. I knew with the war we have an in. The Solitude Lighthouse will be... What an... Yes, if someone were to put out the lighthouse fire and then meet me on the docks afterwards, I could certainly direct them to that loot. You should see me when you get bored, stranger. It would be best if we...
How do you feel? I think you might be sick.
Alright, so, I gained 3 levels of one-handed with that. Crazy.
You were there for Rogvir's execution. Perhaps, but she wouldn't have to be there at all if it weren't for Rogvir. And my aunt wouldn't have to worry about her daughter. You really don't know? He lets Ulfric's Stormcloak escape Solitude. Ulfric rides in, murders the High King, and Rogvir lets him ride right back out.
Are
People
you
to see and
feeling all
places to
right,
go,
dear?
huh? Later.
You look It's good to see. Take a look. Don't forget me next time you need herbs and potions. It's good to see you. So you're interested in my potions and ingredients? Don't forget me next time you need herbs and potions.
Viren said you got here just... Take a look. Come back to bits and pieces anytime.
Seems there's no blades, helmets, pretty much anything to suit your needs. Return anytime you need arms or armor. My forge never rests.
don't suppose you'd enchant...
The
I'm
Winking
telling you,
Schooner's got warm
Ulfric's
beds and cold
planning an
meat.
attack on Whiterun.
Look like you could use both.
He'd be insane to try. He doesn't have the men.
That's not what my scouts report, sir. Every day, a war for his cause. Riften, Dawnstar, and Winterhold support him.
It's not a cause. It's a
Call it whatever you like, General. The man's going to try to take Whiterun.
Jarl Balgruuf.
Stay out of trouble, Elf.
Seems there's looking to protect yourself or deal some damage. Return anytime you need arms or armor. My forge never rests.
The Emperor's Oh?
Need a ride? I can take you. Where do you want to go? Climb and back, and we'll be off. Get up there.
The longer we travel the roads of Skyrim, the more empty this land. The roads of... Take a look. May your road lead you to warm sands.
Adrienne, at her forge, just outside. Place is named after her. War Maidens. It's a childhood nickname given by her father. What I hear, she was playing with swords even back then. Anyway, our wares are strong and the price is fair. What else matters? We'll have to have a pint together, you and me.
Are you feeling sick?
Oh yeah, you can marry people in this game.
Come on in. We got warm food, warm drinks, and warm beds.
Oh, the
There once was a hero named Ragnar the Red who came riding to Whiterun from old Rorikstead.
Here's to friendship. A
And the
gift.
braggart did swagger
If you
and
don't like it, too bad.
as he told of bold battles and gold he had made.
I enjoy this work well enough, but I'm ready to retire. I've been thinking of selling me into Isolda. Anyway, what do you need? Let's sate that appetite, hmm? Sure thing. It's yours for a day. I'll show you to your room, right this way. Need anything else, just let me know.
And so then came clashing and slashing of steel as the brave lass Matilda charged in full of zeal. And the braggart named Ragnar was boastful no more when his ugly red head rolled around on the floor.
Let me know if there's anything else you need. Sadia, wake up, dear.
Yes, Mum. You want a drink? Depends. Are you thirsty? Now please, no more questions.
The security in Whiterun is terrible. Shameful is what it is. The security in Whiterun is terrible. Shameful.
Let me know if you see anything you like. How do you feel? Got a pretty full stock of potions and alchemy reagents. Come back anytime if you need a remedy. I sell cures for all ills, and I'll be happy to serve you. If there's anything I can help you with, you have but to ask. I offer remedies for ailments both common and rare. Do let me know if you need service.
sell cures for all ills, and I'll be happy to serve you. If there's anything I can help you with, you have but to ask. I offer remedies for ailments both common and rare. Do let me know if I can be of service. You'll find tonics, salves, poultices, and potions on my You look rather pale. Take a look. Come back anytime if you need a remedy.
Rorikstedt's a nice enough little hamlet.
Let me know if you see anything you like. Everything's for sale, my friend. Take a look. Do come back.
I don't claim to be the finest weapons and armor. Don't forget to check inside the shop if you need it. Have you met my father? He's the steward up at
Welcome to
Dragonbridge.
war. The finest weapons and armor. Good doing business with you.
I helped my father in more ways. You think all the council might... Hmm? Out with it. Got some good pieces out. Blades, helmets, pretty much anything to suit your needs. All right then.
Trouble?
They can barely tolerate our presence on Earth.
Skjor says that I have the strength. I'll show you what I can about protecting yourself.
And fresh vegetables for sale.
We're here to teach you a lesson.
Huh?
Never should have come here.
Another fight.
I'm getting out of here.
Sure, have mercy on you! Damn you! On guard! Give up while you still can! I'll rip your heart out!
Can't hide from me.
You ready to die today, huh? Sure, have mercy on you! I'll rip your heart out! Victory or Solomon! Let's see what you've got.
Let's see what you've got.
I've stirred up a bit of a hornet's nest here.
new hand touches the beacon. Listen, hear me and obey. A foul darkness has seeped into my temple. A darkness that you will destroy. Return my beacon to Mount Kilcreath, and I will make you the instrument of my cleansing light.
Well, goddamn. If only every giant was as friendly as the friendly giant. Then again, I did them pretty dirty. I sent 3 assholes into the middle of the camp. Basically got them to kill them for me. That's such a dick move. Oh, let's see who's conjured. Calaxiocorium, eh? Gonna sell this shit off.
Everything's all right?
Yeah. Yeah, everything's alright, guard. Thanks for asking.
Got some good... I don't claim the finest weapons and armor.
That's a big money. We gotta break that one down.
Don't forget to check inside the shop if you need anything.
Well, after that little climax of angry giants and and whatnot, I think I will end it on that note. See if we can find a fun ending screenshot. That's pretty good. Let's go with that. Alright. Well, thank you for listening, those of you who have made it through to the end. If you're asleep, well, I hope your dreams are good. If you're not asleep, well, I guess even if you are asleep. Oh, I should save, eh? Alright. Thank you for watching. You guys all take care. And don't die.